you asked citizens across the alliance to hand in questions.
Yeah.
Luckily for me, they're actually better than my own. Unluckily for you, they're actually harder. So I will warm you up with 2 questions before we get to the tough cookies. And then we'll try to get through as many as we can in the remaining minutes. So, Secretary General, you have taken the take your work home approach to a totally new level. How does it feel to host your first ever summit here in your hometown, The Hague?
I feel so proud that it is in my hometown, and some Dutch journalists think that this was very well prepared. In 2022, when we started with NATO to have this lobby, to have the summit, this was at the Madrid summit, to have the NATO summit in The Hague, we thought about the 75th. In 2024. But the US basically said, well, no, never. That will go to Washington. You can get the one after in 2025. Okay, also fine. But I was not able to plan for a summit and elections and for me become a Secretary General all at the same time. So, yes, I'm a brilliant planner, but not so good. But it feels really great to host a summit here in The Hague. Now, not me personally. It is now, of course, Dick Schoof doing it, the new Prime Minister. But I'm really proud. I live in this city. I was born in this city. I was raised in this city. I love the city, so it's very special.
Perfect. So central to the summit is, and that is also very clever, the Hague investment plan, branding wherever one looks, as agreed by the defense ministers a little earlier this month. Talk us through the plan. Why is it important and what does it mean for the alliance?
Yeah, this is really important. And let me just highlight what happened yesterday. Germany announcing that Germany wants to reach the 3.5% of core defense spending, and therefore the overall 5%, not in 2035. They want to reach it in 2029. Sweden announced last week they want to reach in the coming years the 3.5%. Norway, under the wise leadership of course, Jonas Støre, the Prime Minister, but also with the help of the Finance Minister, one Jens Stoltenberg, we know him very well, will reach the 3.5% and therefore the 5% in the coming years. So these are the first announcements now coming in. We know that countries like Poland and Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Finland, they are very close, already over the threshold, and many others will follow. So, and why is this important? Because we know that Russia is reconstituting itself at a pace, at a speed which is really staggering and frightening. And so we have to stand ready. If we don't, we cannot defend ourselves in 3 to 5 years from now. Today they know if they try anything, our reaction will be devastating. But we have to make sure that in 3 to 5 years they won't try. So if we want to prevent war, spend more, peace through strength, we can put every label on it, but they are all true. So this is really historic.
Perfect. And I mean, we keep talking about defense spending. We also keep talking about the defense industry. And we've been talking about the defense industry for ages. What's different this time?
What's different this time is that it is serious and that the defense industry now finally knows what we need. So in the past, when I came in October and we had a big meeting in November with the CEOs of the big defense industry companies in this beautiful residence in Brussels, they told me, yeah, Mark, but we need 10-year contracts. I told them, we can't, because in the US you have a yearly cycle, in Europe you will have election-to-election cycles, forget about 10-year contracts. But now what we have is the spending plans. We know the money is there. Take Germany again. They will more or less double their money spent on defense compared between 2021 and 2029. So that is from about 70 billion to about 150 billion. This is just one country in NATO doing this. So we know the money is there, and because we have finalized the NATO defense planning process, where Pierre von Jay, who is sitting here as the Allied Commander Transformation, but of course also the International Staff at Headquarters, with all the allies, has worked very hard on this to assess what are the capabilities each of the allies need to deliver if Russia or anyone else would attack us. From there, we came to the conclusion that we needed this 3.5% core defense spending, so the industry now knows this. What we are seeing at the moment is that finally, but this can still be done at a more rapid pace, they are putting in the extra production lines, the extra shifts. But again, more needs to happen. We will have an industry forum later today. I'm constantly in contact with the defense industry, so I'm hopeful we will get there. But the Russians are really doing this. I mean, you know this figure. I think it is for them the 152 ammunition. They are producing in 3 months what the whole of NATO is producing in a year. And they are 25 times smaller as an economy than the overall NATO economy. So this is not sustainable long term. So we have to ramp that up. And you might say, yeah, but you'd also need drones and AI. Absolutely, we will do all that. Yes, exactly, I was seeing it here. No, but we will absolutely do all that. But every general is telling me, and please not yes, that I'm right, that still, when it comes to warfare, the base is stockpiles of ammunition. And yes, then we also need, of course, the drones and the AI and all the new technology.
You feel warmed up now?
Yes.
So we'll go to the questions.
Oh, this was the easy. Yeah. This was the easy part.
So I think you'll see them back on the screen here. We'll try to get through as many of them as possible. The first one is from José Pereira from Portugal. With the US strikes on Iran's nuclear sites, alongside the Israel-Iran war, the Hamas-Israel conflict, the Ukraine-Russia war, how can NATO defend its allies?
NATO can defend its allies by two things. One is a deal. A deal we struck in 1949 when NATO was established that an attack on one will be an attack on all. But not just that. That's important. That's the Article 5. But what we have in NATO is the structures, the command structures, the intelligence structures, everything in place to back that up. So it's not just that I will tell you, I will come to your rescue if you get attacked. And we will see then when it happens how I will do that. We have everything in place, everything arranged, everything organized to make sure that we can do that. So NATO was not established only to fight the Russians if they would attack us. They are our most immediate long-term threats, immediate and long-term. But we also see China reconstituting itself. We see what China, North Korea and Iran are doing in supporting the war effort of Russia, the unprovoked war against Ukraine. So this is very serious business. Iran providing the drones technology to Russia and the drones themselves. And we see the impact they are having now in Ukrainian cities every day, killing innocent people. So this is all interconnected. So what we need to do is to make sure that we have the plans, the people, the money in place, and then we can protect our 32 allies.
Perfect. You just mentioned people in place. Emmanuel Jacob from Belgium has asked how to translate increased defense spending in additional troop numbers, including better recruitment practices and retention policies.
A very good question, Emmanuel, and this is happening as we speak in most NATO allied countries. I know from my own country that the State Secretary here in this country is working on this day and night, how to make sure that you have actually the people in place to make it happen. You will see some countries moving to general conscription, other countries are taking different views on this. Of course, this is for each ally to decide how they will do this when it comes to the HR policies, but everything is geared to make sure that we have the troop numbers. We heard from Germany, again, sorry that I come back to that example.
I like that.
Yeah, and I know, and it's not to slime with you, but...
but it's working.
It's working. You're really very kind. They need, in the short term, about an extra, is it 60,000 troops? And longer term, it will be even more. So that means that you need the recruitment process in place, you need to have the salary structures in place, the money, etc., etc. But of course, that's there now. Because if you spend not 70 billion, but 150 billion in the case of Germany on defense, then the money is there also to improve the salaries you pay to your men and women in uniform.
So, Jean Cotalem from the United States of America says, polling shows that European publics remain deeply reluctant to paying these costs that you've just mentioned of higher defense spending. Are we at risk of a NATO say-do gap?
No, I would not agree with Sien on this, because when you look at the latest opinion polling done in NATO, you see that many people, and it is getting to really high numbers, are supporting the fact that yes, there is a direct threat from Russia, that yes, if we do not invest now, we are really at risk that the Russians might try something against NATO territory in 3, 5 or 7 years. And therefore, there is large-scale support. I see it in my own country. I've seen the polling data this morning in NRC newspaper in this country saying that there is now a majority of population really supporting the extra money spent on defense, because this is the great thing about democracies. You cannot fool people. So the people living in this country and all other NATO allies, they know that there is a change. That we are not living in happy land after the Berlin Wall came down. We are living in much more dangerous times, and there are enemies, adversaries who might want to attack us. And we have to make sure that we defend our beautiful way of life and systems and our values.
See, in Munich we loved the elephant in the room, as you know from your many times there. There is You know, a lot being said about our enemies, adversaries, rivals, but there also seem to be a few doubts about our friends. And let me pull up the next question. Maria Elena Guzman from the United Kingdom and Spain. How do you assess the reliability of the United States as a NATO ally? And what steps can NATO take to maintain unity and trust within the alliance?
Yeah, this question I got many times, particularly since January. And basically were two questions. Question number one was, Mark, is the US still with us? Yes, they are. You might want to turn on your television when Emmanuel Macron is visiting the Oval Office, when Keir Starmer is visiting the Oval Office, when Giorgia Meloni is... Hey, by the way, when I was visiting, you might want to see that footage. There is total commitment by the US President and the US senior leadership to NATO. However, it comes with an expectation. And the expectation is that we will finally deal with this huge pebble in the shoe, this huge irritant, which is that we are not spending enough as Europeans and Canadians. And they want us to equalize with what the US is spending. And when it comes to this famous 5%, the US is basically they're there. When you look at what they spend on core, but also on all the defense and security-related investments. But they want to equalize what they're spending with us. And for us, of course, the main argument is not to equalize. Yes, that is important because it is fair. But the real reason to do this, the first reason to do this, is the Russia threat. So these things come together. And then the second question was, okay, so the US will stay with us. They are committed to Article 5. We believe you, Mark. But hey, then they might pull down the troop numbers in Europe without making pre-announcements. And Sakir, our most senior commander in NATO, might be a European, a Brit or a German leading the military side of the alliance. There are many reasons why it is an American, because America is delivering all these enablers to NATO, also in Europe. So you want a US senior general to lead the military alliance on the military side. I said, well, okay, I don't think it will happen. And hey, guess what? The new Supreme Allied Commander has been announced. And last time I checked his passport, it was US. So that didn't happen. So my message to my European colleagues is stop worrying so much. Start to make sure that you get the investment plans done, that you get industrial base up and running, that the support for Ukraine remains at a high level. Luckily, it is still today. I mean, this is what you should work on. And stop running around being worried about the US. They're with us.
Perfect. There are definitely other places we need to be worried about. Next elephant in the room, Ukraine. Let me combine two questions. Here from the Netherlands, Vicha Kolbeck says, with global attention shifting to the Middle East, how is NATO ensuring that Ukraine remains a priority? And later on, we have a question from Misha Ayev from Ukraine. How close are we to the solution of the Ukrainian conflict? And let me add a third bit to that question. We were fortunate enough to have the Ukrainian foreign minister with us yesterday at dinner at this wonderful Klingendahl Institute. And
Andrei Sibia was there.
Yes.
Oh, that's great.
So, and he said that his great hope for the summit, obviously, is that the president gets some face time, but also that there will be concrete commitments to Ukraine. So what can you already say? How close are we to solution? Will there be concrete commitments? And will the Middle East shift have a negative impact?
If we would not be able to deal with, yes, the Middle East, which is very big and commanding all the headlines, and Ukraine at the same time, we should not in the business of politics and military at all. If you can only deal with one issue at a time, that would be, then let other people take over. So I think we're all in this room and listening in, and the senior politicians and military people are able to deal with two issues at the same time. I don't think that's too much to ask. And by the way, we can, and the evidence is there, because at this moment, the Europeans and the Canadians have pledged for this year 35 billion in military support to Ukraine. Last year it was just over 50 billion for the full year. Now, before we reach half year, it is already at 35 billion. And there are even others saying it is already close to 40 billion. The numbers I can now commit to are over 35. But I hope, of course, that the one saying it's close to 40 is right. But at least it is over 35. So that is fantastic news. And that means that the support for Ukraine is still at a level even higher than it was last year. And we also see a shift of the burden from the US more to the Canadians and the Europeans, which I think is fair, that we take a bigger share of this burden as Europeans and Canadians from the United States. When it comes to peace, I cannot predict when it will happen, I want to commend President Trump for breaking the deadlock. When he came in office, he started dialogue with President Putin, and I always thought that was crucial. And there's only one leader who could break the deadlock originally, and that had to be the American president, because he is the most powerful leader in the world and leading 25% of world GDP and the mightiest and most powerful military in the world. So him doing that, breaking that deadlock, was very important. But this doesn't mean that we are now getting to a deal immediately. It will take time. But it helps, and in the meantime we have to make sure that Ukraine has everything to stay in the fight, that Ukraine is in the strongest possible position when real talks would start. So I'm not talking about these talks which this Russian historian is now leading, going back to 1,000 years ago, and then who was responsible for whatever in Istanbul now twice. I mean, this is not serious business, and I was very proud of the Ukrainians that they sent the senior team there with the foreign minister, the defense minister, the chief of staff, so they took this serious. But clearly Russia was not serious, but hopefully serious talks will start in the near future. And then we have to make sure that whatever the long-term ceasefire or the peace deal on Ukraine will be, that it is lasting, that it is durable, that Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin will never, ever again try to catch 1 square kilometer, or for the Americans, 1 square mile of Ukrainian territory.
Let me add. Yes, I think that deserves a round of applause. Let me add one more quick point on Ukraine, if I may.
That's not on the list.
I know.
No.
You took my cards away, so how I know. See, what Andrei said yesterday is that for the past 3 years or 2.5 years, Ukraine, they've been security consumers within Europe. But they're slowly but surely turning into security producers. What is it that we at NATO, that you at NATO HQ are learning from the conflict in Ukraine?
Enormous, a lot. So we have this joint organization now in Poland, JTEC, which is capturing all the lessons from the war. And of course, we are learning day in, day out from what the Ukrainians are doing. We also are learning that and seeing that the Russians are copying what the Ukrainians are doing in 2 or 3 weeks. So it is a learning cycle which basically takes 2 or 3 weeks at a time. It forces us at NATO and in each allied country to really reconsider, think through all our basic defense concepts compared to 3.5 years ago. So that's one. Second, don't forget, Ukraine is one of the biggest producers of weaponry in Europe. It has a huge defense industrial base. The problem is there is an untapped potential of about $35 billion, which they still could develop. And the good thing now is, we mentioned Jens Stoltenberg before, and Norway, but let me also mention Denmark and Lithuania, that many countries who have seen their own stockpiles getting more and more depleted are now also investing in this defense industrial base in Ukraine, so that Ukraine can therefore produce the weapons it needs to produce for the warfare. It's also helping them economically. It is helping us long term, because the defense industrial base will be there after the war, also of course for Europeans and other allies to buy from. Let's not forget, by the way, that Turkey has a very big defense industrial base. We sometimes forget, but they have. I have visited some of their companies. It's really impressive. That's one of the reasons we have to make sure that the Turkish defense industrial base is as closely connected as possible to the UK, Norway and the European Union. Let's not have these fences drawn up within NATO. It won't help. But back to Ukraine. And then, of course, we have the Czech ammunition initiative, which started now 1.5 years ago, in February 2024, and which is really successful, and making sure that 155 ammunition and other deliveries into Ukraine keep on going.
Let's go back to the questions. I'm not sure how the UK sneaked in the second question, but they did. How does the Secretary General, i.e. you, view the situation on the alliance southern border, given Russian influence in Africa, persistent conflict, climate change, fragile governments, and migration?
This is one of the reasons why we constantly have to do the 360 degrees. Because, as I said, our long-term direct threat is Russia. But it is not the only threat. There might be others. China is not having now 4 of its defense companies in the top 10 defense companies worldwide, only because of the parades in Beijing. They might want to do some stuff with their military capabilities going forward. And we know the risks we run with Taiwan, and that if that would happen, that obviously Xi Jinping will call his junior colleague in the Kremlin and tell him, hey, Vladimir, I backed you up so much now, and you know who is really in power in this relationship. It's not you, it's the one on this side of the line. Can you keep them busy in Europe? So that's China, Russia. Then when it comes to the southern border, it's crucial. And this is something Spain and Portugal and Italy and Greece have consistently fought for. That NATO is very much concentrating on the southern border. We are opening an office in Jordan. Of course, we have the NATO mission in Iraq. We are helping in the G5 Sahel. Mauritania is a close partner, for example. We know that whole region, when you look at the map, China and Russia are rapidly, when it comes to Africa and the G5 Sahel, but also generally Africa, mid and north of Africa, the Chinese and the Russians are rapidly gaining influence. So let's not be naive. That's why we have a special representative. I personally have a special representative for the southern neighborhood. For the south, and therefore southern neighborhood and the southern flank. And he is constantly traveling, this guy who is really excellent, traveling all these countries and making sure that wherever NATO can help, we do.
Perfect. We've around 5 minutes left. 2 more questions, I think, both of them.
Who's coming after me?
The Prime Minister.
Oh,
the real Prime Minister.
We can take more time. No. No. I'm kidding.
So, next question from Estonia, Eva Zula. How do we speed up the adoption of emerging and disruptive technologies, including for use in missions and operations?
But this is crucial. And as I said, yes, this is all happening, but let's not forget about the base, and that's the ammunition, because I'm really worried about ammunition. I'm happy that the UK is now building 6 new ammunition factories as part of their defense plans launched 3 weeks ago. But of course, when it comes to emerging and disruptive technologies, we have to be at the forefront here. Again, the war in Ukraine, the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine, is giving Ukraine and the whole of NATO a lot of insights when it comes to exactly this question. We also know that, of course, this has an impact on cyber, on hybrid. It's one of the reasons why this is on the agenda today and tomorrow, hybrid, cyber, etc., to make sure that as an alliance, we can not only fight the visible wars, but that we are also able to confront any adversary when it comes to that. And one of the things Pierre did together with Chris Cavoli, when on the 25th of December, we had this attack between Finland and Estonia on the sea cables, is that we brought together this Baltic Sentry activity, which is now sailing the Baltic Sea. The Russians hate it. They really hate it, so I love it. And this is basically to say, well, hey, guys, you have all these submersion ships. They constantly lose their anchors, and then they have that anchor slap over the seabed for 100 miles. We might do a support mission into Russia to teach your commercial fleet how to sail those ships, because it seems to be very difficult for you guys, if there is no other intention. And one of the things I learned with Baltic Sentry is that when something is called an activity and not a mission, you do not need 32 approval. So I said, from now on, we only will have activities and no missions, because it speeds up the decision-making process. They brought together this whole activity, I should not say mission, in 10 days. And this was, I think, one of the fastest deployed activities
yes.
activities in NATO history. Yeah.
Perfect. Italy has also somehow managed to sneak in 2 questions. I'm not going to take this one. I'm taking one that fits here. It says, in a world like today's, how does NATO plan to increase its defense against cyber attacks? And how, specifically, will artificial intelligence be used to pursue this target?
Yeah, well, obviously this is key. So I've been personally speaking to technology experts on this, but of course, that's me as an historian trying to understand that new technology. Don't leave it with me. But obviously we have experts in NATO, in the military side, in the international staff, in the military committee, led by Admiral Dragones. So we have these experts in the building, and I think that's particularly crucial. Again, this is to the underlying issue of cyber, hybrid, and making sure that we can defend ourselves. And that our adversaries know, of course, what we do against them. I don't know, that's for allies. But it's from them to us that we stand ready and that we are not naive.
See, I've wondered how Italy sneaked in so many questions. Now I see the admiral. Now I know it's all clear.
Pino is an Italian passport holder. Yeah.
See, I think we have time for one very quick question and an even quicker answer. Justin Anthony Roven from Canada. Do you think it'd be possible for a Canadian like me to become NATO Secretary General one day?
Absolutely, Justin. I have no idea. It's not Justin Trudeau, I think. No, it's just...
Asking for a friend.
Asking for a friend? No. This is absolutely possible. I think there is sort of tradition that the NATO Secretary General, I think, is non-American. I'm not sure, only European. I think so far it has not been Canadians. But the idea always has been, I think, from the start, that it is wise because of the US presence in Europe with all the enablers to have the most senior military commander to be an American. And that will continue to be so over the next years. And then for the Secretary General to be a European. But I'm now looking at the Dutch ambassador to NATO. Is there anything against a Canadian one day to become Secretary General? No, I couldn't think of it. So Justin, apply, but not now. There is no vacancy.
Yeah, there is no vacancy. There is also no more time.
No,
Secretary General, many thanks.
Thank you, sir.
That was very good. Good luck. Fingers crossed for the next 2 days. Make the most of it. Thank you for mentioning Germany so often. I hope my own government has taken note.
You asked me before to do that.
Yeah, I get lots of brownie points for this, so this is great. Can we now have the Dutch Prime Minister up with us? We're honored to have you here. You need to leave straight away, I've been told, but you now have to work. Over to you, Prime Minister.
I leave there, huh?
Yeah, we go.
Mr. President, dear Vladimir, I'm happy to welcome you here at the Jacob Katshuis, but particularly in the city of The Hague, the city of peace and justice. And I know that your country is under daily attack. Recently, Kiev, and my heartiest condolences for all the losses in Ukraine.
Thank you so much.
And I think it makes very clear that we should stand up together against Russian aggression, and we should resist and condemn the Russian aggression. And as you know, the Netherlands always supported Ukraine. And we will do so in times of war, but also in time of peace. And we will do so financially, militarily, and politically. And I'm glad to announce that, and the Minister of Defense and the Minister of Foreign Affairs will speak about it as well, that I can announce that we have a new package, a package that contains 100 drone radar systems, which are very important, unmanned vehicles that can be used at the front line to bring back wounded soldiers. And also we have the drone initiative that we put about 80 million into developing drones in the Drone Alliance. But also we agreed, or going to agree, that we're going to produce drones in the Netherlands for Ukraine on your specifications. I think that are important developments. And let me be very clear, Ukraine is part of the family that we call the Euro-Atlantic family. Thank you so much, and good to have you here, Vladimir.
Thanks so much, dear Dick. Dear journalists, I'm happy to visit Netherlands, and thank you for your invitation to Hague. Really, I agree with you. It's a great city, city of justice, and I think that we will continue, and I really count on your help and support. We will continue work on justice and to make Russia accountable for its crimes. And this is very important for our families, for all of us. I think for all the Europe and the world who really respect values and rights and the law, what is very important. The second point, I'm really thankful that it's the biggest three countries in Europe who helped us from the very beginning of this aggression, Russian aggression. It's Netherlands, Germany, and UK. I'm very thankful to Netherlands for such support, for a big budget for this year, and I know that your thoughts about next year and increasing support. Thank you very much. And of course, I want to talk with you on what to focus, what is the most important for us. Co-production of drones. Now we see this is the priority for the world. Everybody value now that the level of technologies in Ukraine during the war increased very much, and we have these technologies and we want to share them with our partners, with Hague. We began to work with some countries on co-production, and I'll be happy to work with Netherlands, and our production can work in Ukraine and here, and I think it will be a good step toward. And also, toward that, the new technologies and to save Europe at the end, because we see Russia worked with these drones with North Korea and with Iran. That's why we need to do our steps, our security steps. And of course, I want to thank for this military package which you announced already. I know the details. Thank you so much. It will be very, very helpful for us on the battlefield and also for our internal production. And the last point, of course, this is fight. We stand and survive, and we fight for freedom and for our values and for our future. Thank you for your, of course, condolences. This is very high price of this war, high price which Ukraine spent, and it's people's lives. And we see our future in a peace, and we need peace very much. And we in a peace Ukraine, and in Ukraine without war, and of course a part of a big family of EU family. And I want to speak with you. Also, we need some more urgent steps according to the clusters in EU, and this is very important to open these classes, and we need support, and I want to speak with you about it also. Thank you so much again.
Thank you.
Dick.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dick.
Yes. Thank you. No, yes.
Thanks so much.
Thank you so much. Good here.
Thank you.
Well, Volodymyr, Mr. President, thank you for being here. It's good that we have the opportunity to have a short bilat, and of course you will have many meetings today and tomorrow, and a dinner tonight. We have an important summit coming up, including important decisions on Ukraine, which is really building on Washington, the summit last year, where we decided that there is this irreversible path for Ukraine into NATO. And we're building that bridge as we speak. I made yesterday an announcement that European and Canadian allies have now pledged more than 35 billion euros in support for Ukraine, which is more than last year, because last year, for the full year, it was over 50 billion. Now, before the 1st of July, it is already 35 billion. So we can safely assume that for the full year, it will be more than last year. And then, of course, I cannot disclose anything about the summit declaration, but we can be safe to assume that in the summit declaration there will be important language about Ukraine and the support for Ukraine, also financially, going forward. And this is important, because what we have seen over the last couple of weeks is unacceptable. It is Russia starting 3.5 years ago this totally unprovoked war against Ukraine, the full onslaught. They already started in 2014, but the full onslaught starting in February 2022. And now, the last couple of weeks, these indiscriminate attacks on innocent civilians living in cities, living in communities in Ukraine, who go about their daily lives and get killed or seriously wounded because of these Russian drones and whatever. So this is terrible. So everybody is very motivated. Please understand that. I hear from all the allies to keep you strong, to keep you in the fight, and to bring this terrible war to a durable and lasting peace. So again, Volodymyr, thank you for being here, and you are among friends here.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, dear Mark. First of all, thank you for invitation to NATO Summit. I'm happy that to be here, and that summit is in Netherlands, big our friend, and I'm very thankful for your participation and your personal involvement. Yes, and really, I always counted on it and count, and I'm very happy that we are on a constant line, on direct line, bilateral, yes, by phone, yes, always about what we need, urgent needs, like it was when you was a Prime Minister, and now when you're Secretary. I'm happy that we have such relations. And also the decision of Washington Summit, which been last year, very important that this direction is not changing. Thank you so much. Thank you that you mentioned it. About it, we still need air defense, and we still have support on this direction from the partners, and really count on continuation, and also co-production and big military support that you said about it. Thank you so much, 35 plus. So this is very important things, very important signals. I'm thankful for our strong friendship to you and to all allies. Thank you. So
We go there, hè? Yeah.
okay.
Ja. Zou jij niet een beetje schoon?
The world is changing. Threats are evolving. Security is no longer a given. Protecting the future means acting today. It means strengthening our defense industry fast. We are bridging expertise, innovation, and experience to design, develop, and deliver together as one. Only together can we create a resilient defense ecosystem needed to match NATO's evolving capability demands. That means aggregating demand, unlocking finance and driving long-term investment, and accelerating research and innovation to forge secure, agile supply chains over the Atlantic and with like-minded partners. With breakthrough technologies and innovative solutions, we will detect, prevent, and counter all threats, underwater, on land, and in the skies. At the NATO Summit Defence Industry Forum, we unite, we innovate, we deliver for peace, for freedom, to protect NATO's 1 billion citizens and the generations to come.
Good afternoon. Welcome to a very exciting afternoon session of the NATO Summit Defence Industry Forum. A very special welcome to the President of the European Commission. You will talk to the room later, but we're very pleased to have you here. In these times of geopolitical tensions, this summit focuses on unity, partnership, and shared transatlantic values. We have an ambitious agenda, and this forum is an integral part of that. We also focus on rebalancing Europe's role within NATO. And we focus on innovation, learning the lessons from the brave struggle of Ukraine fighting Russian aggression. And finally, we focus on new partnerships between governments, industries, and ecosystems, including, of course, innovation. And to open this afternoon session, I would like to ask Minister Ruben Brekelmans to join us, the Dutch Minister of Defense. Please give him a warm applause. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, industry leaders, distinguished guests, on behalf of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, it's my great pleasure to welcome you to the plenary session of the NATO Summit Defence Industry Forum. President von der Leyen, your presence here, together also with Secretary General Mark Rutte and President Zelensky, signals our shared determination. Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow marks a historic day for NATO, a historic day for our collective security, and a historic day for our defense industry. Within the next 24 hours, we expect all 32 NATO allies to agree on the 5% The Hague Defense Investment Pledge. This week's events in the Middle East have only underscored the growing instability in the world and the urgent need to strengthen our defense and scale up our defense industry. Now is the time to deliver. The 2025 NATO Summit puts the spotlight on world leaders. But NATO's true strength lies beyond these walls, in the armed forces of 32 nations. The men and women who stand ready every day to defend our freedom. But they can only fly, navigate, drive, and fight with the right equipment, weapon systems, and real capabilities. It is real delivery that counts. And that responsibility lies with us, governments and industry. It's our job to move from pledge to product. The Netherlands aims to punch above its weight through our deliveries to Ukraine, through deep cooperation with Germany in our land forces, and also, for example, at Eindhoven Air Base, where we lead one of NATO's most successful multinational projects, the multi-role tanker transport fleet. Today, we proudly welcome Denmark and Sweden to this project, along with 2 new aircraft on order. You may know the Netherlands for our expertise in water and in water management, from New Orleans to Dubai. But now we are taking that expertise to a new frontier, to the bottom of the ocean. That's why we recently launched CSEC, a coalition of 6 nations, leading companies and researchers to protect the critical infrastructure beneath our oceans. Pipelines, cables, offshore platforms, these are lifelines in today's connected world. That same urgency is what we see in today's forum, with key contracts being signed, turning ambition into real capabilities. The key lies in creating new types of partnerships between government and industry. Not the typical buyer and seller's game, but new partnerships built on trust, transparency, long-term vision, and a shared purpose. And that requires new ways of working. As a Minister of Defense, I face the dilemma of, on the one hand, the need for international cooperation, and on the other hand, the pressure to have our national Dutch industry benefit from our increasing defense budgets. Let's be open about these dilemmas and find solutions to overcome these dilemmas. Let's find smart ways of cooperation that are beneficial to all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, every time that I visit Ukraine, I'm impressed how Ukrainians are leading the way. When I was in the command center in Kharkiv, I saw the military working together with volunteers and with entrepreneurs. Volunteers were looking at big screens, watching live drone images and analyzing data. Military commanders were guiding the soldiers at the front line. Entrepreneurs were working closely together with them to optimize their drones and their technology. This intense collaboration enabled the troops in Kharkiv to adapt their operations every 3 weeks. And this is the only reason why Russia has not been able to capture Kharkiv yet. And let this be a source of inspiration to us. So I say to each of you, CEOs, ministers, commanders, innovators, let's reach out to each other. We need to create much closer and deeper partnerships to protect our security, our freedom, and our way of life. So let's unite, let's innovate, and above all, let's deliver. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Brekelmans. You emphasized strongly the need for strong partnerships and a whole-of-society approach. Mr. Brekelmans, I invite you to stay with us for a minute, and can I invite Ingrid Thijssen to the stage to hand over the ambition statement, the industry statement, on behalf of various communities of industry. And I would like to now invite the Secretary General of NATO, Mark Rutte, to the stage.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Welcome home, Mr. Secretary General.
Absolutely.
And now we have the official handover of the ambition statement.
Yes, and that's exactly what this is. An ambition statement from the North American and European business community.
Yeah.
So it says, in short, that we are, of course, really ready to continue to contribute to the security of NATO. And therefore, I'm really proud to present this to you on behalf of the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, Business Europe, the US Chamber of Commerce, and of course, my own Confederation of Netherlands Industry and Employers.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
There you go.
So much. This is huge. Great. Thank you. Now, of course, I will keep this the rest of the day. It's very easy to...
put it on your back, maybe.
Yeah, we can put it. Yeah.
We will make a miniature version of this for you,
exactly.
so you can carry it with you all the time.
I put it here. That's maybe.
Thank you very much, Ingrid Thijssen, for handing over this statement. Thank you very much, Minister Brekelmans. Mr. Secretary General, can I invite you to address the forum?
Yeah. Well, thank you for that special moment, Ingrid, and thank you for those inspiring words, Minister Brekelmans, dear Ruben. And thank you to everybody involved in organizing this important forum at the Dutch Ministries of Defense and Foreign Affairs, the Confederation of Netherlands Industry and Employers, and of course my wonderful colleagues at NATO. And it's also a pleasure, as always, to be here with my good friend Ursula von der Leyen. There is an ancient Roman saying, if you want peace, prepare for war. It's a simple idea. Make your defenses so strong that no one dares to attack you. Today, NATO's military edge is being aggressively challenged by a rapidly rearming Russia, backed by Chinese technology and armed with Iranian and North Korean weapons. We need to unite, innovate and deliver, and that's exactly what this forum is all about. Across the alliance, we have opened hundreds of new production lines and expanded existing ones. We are now on course to produce more ships, more planes and ammunition than we have done in decades. And NATO is using its unique power to drive demand, increase cooperation and enhance innovation. Just moments ago, we brought allies together to sign another set of important multinational projects. This includes establishing NATO innovation ranges to better integrate technology into our armed forces. And another project to secure the supply chain of defense critical raw materials. We also agreed to expand our multinational, multi-role air tanker transport fleet. As you mentioned, Minister Brekelmans, dear Ruben, this is a brilliant example of NATO working together with the European Union to deliver world-class air-to-air refueling, transport and medical evacuation capabilities. When it comes to our partners, I'm delighted that we are also joined by our friends from the Indo-Pacific and Ukraine, the source of so much of today's innovation and cutting-edge capabilities. And I welcome the fact, dear Ursula, that Europe is really stepping up. The Readiness 2030 plan promises to unleash up to 800 billion euros for defense. There's no defense without a strong defense industry. And there's no European security without a strong transatlantic bond. So we need to bring down barriers and encourage truly transatlantic defense cooperation. Only Europe and North America together can rise up and meet the challenge. And of course, this includes working with Ukraine, an industrial and innovation powerhouse. And let me welcome the news out of London yesterday of a massive British investment in Ukraine's defense industry, plugging Ukraine's drone producers directly into the British industrial base. This is all great, but we need to do more, we need to do it better and together, and we need to do it now. It is simply unthinkable that Russia, with an economy 25 times smaller than NATO's, should be able to outproduce and outgun us. We must spend more to prevent war. We must win this new war of production. That's what this summit is all about. Allies have agreed an unprecedented uplift in our capability targets. So we now know exactly what forces, resources and capabilities each ally needs to provide. This will require a quantum leap in our collective defense. But I know that when there is a will, our world-class industries and entrepreneurs will find a way. This will also require bold decisions from our political leaders. And that's what we will do at the summit tomorrow, with an ambitious new defense investment plan to spend 5% of GDP for defense. This will mean a huge defense dividend, an engine of growth for our economies, driving literally millions of jobs on both sides of the Atlantic. NATO's leaders are about to take an historic step to provide the resources necessary for strong defense. And now it's up to industry to deliver, and yes, to deliver. So let's get to work. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. Thank you for emphasizing the urgency of the challenge, but also that we can actually achieve the challenge of transatlantic partnership, the stronger role of the EU, the partnership with Ukraine. Thank you so much. And I would now please warmly welcome Her Excellency Ursula von der Leyen, President of the European Commission, to join us on stage for her keynote speech.
Thank you. Secretary General, dear Mark, Minister Brekelmans, thank you, first of all, for bringing us together here in The Hague. Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear representatives of the defense industries, I'm so grateful for this opportunity to exchange with you. Because we all know that the future of Europe, yes, is being written on the front line in Ukraine, but not only. It is also being written in your factories. In record time, you have managed to open new lines and step up production. You're adapting to the new reality of a full-scale war right here on European soil. And just like your industry, all of Europe is facing a changing international landscape. As we've just heard, rightly so, the security architecture that we relied on for decades can no longer be taken for granted. It is a once-in-a-generation tectonic shift. But in recent months, Europe has taken action. Action that seemed unthinkable just a year ago. We set up the Rearm Europe plan to mobilize indeed 650 billion euros in defense investment over the next 4 years. And in addition, in just 4 months, we created a new financial instrument, we call it SAFE, with 150 billion euros in loans for joint procurement. So overall, as you said, Readiness 2030, 800 billion euros over the next 4 years to be invested in defense. Last week, I think also important, we proposed a simplification omnibus to radically simplify and thus speed up our defense investment. And we signed by now 8 defense and security partnerships with countries across the world, the latest of them actually yesterday with Canada. The Europe of defense has finally awakened. Tomorrow, the summit will set, indeed, historic new spending targets for NATO allies. But how we invest is just as important as how much we invest. Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine has changed warfare. On the one hand, it has consumed more hardware than any other war. But on the other hand, battles have been won and lost because of software, jamming systems, and artificial intelligence. So as we replenish our stocks, we must also modernize our legacy systems and cater for new technological needs. This is vital for credible deterrence, and the European Union has an important role to play here. While NATO sets the standards and the capability targets for allies, our union can help connect the dots between different industries, between civilian and military, and between NATO and non-NATO countries. And let me set out 3 examples where I think our union's contribution is essential. The first one, we can help bridge the gap between primes and startups. The war in Ukraine has shown how important this is. Tech startups can offer countless solutions to challenges that emerge instantly on the battlefield. And this is why we have set up a Defense Innovation Office in Kyiv, because we want to learn from Ukrainians' battlefield experience. But innovative startups inside our union can also play an important role. Since the start of the war, investment in European defense tech startups has increased by 500%. But we still lack funding for the critical stage from the startup to the scale-up. We must get better at this. We lose too many startups at the beginning. Our startups must be able to grow and to grow here in the European single market. We need to identify potential unicorns proactively and channel more capital towards them, both from public and private investors. Our continent is home to so many innovators and pioneers. They must be able to find what they need to thrive right here in Europe. My second point, we must build more bridges between civilian and military. Many critical components of 21st century defense are, as we all know, dual use. Chips, cloud services, software, satellite, artificial intelligence, you just name it. Our defense industry needs seamless access to the high end of these vital technologies. But today, dual-use projects are often not allowed to run on civilian platforms. We have to change this. We will allow dual-use projects to access our new AI gigafactories with their unparalleled computational power. And the same goes for our European Innovation Council Fund for startups. We will seek this kind of synergy across the board. We must better connect our tech industry with our defense industrial base. And my third point, finally. Today, we are asking the defense industry to deliver, as you've said, to deliver at speed and at scale. But I also know, this is your responsibility, this is your task, but we also know that we have to do homework, that we have to create conducive, right conditions for this to happen. And there, for instance, our safe loans, with them we incentivize joint procurement and long-term contracts. This is a long-standing ask of your side. This will give you the predictability you need to scale up production. And importantly, SAFE is open not only to our union's member states, but also to candidate countries, so future members like Ukraine. And it is open to our defense and security partners, like the UK or Japan, like Norway or South Korea. And yesterday, indeed, we signed the Security and Defense Partnership with Canada. We are also clarifying our rules for cross-border transfers of defense products and multinational industrial collaboration. This is the way to speed up and scale up, not in isolation, but together with our most trusted friends. Ladies and gentlemen, we know that Russia will be capable of testing our mutual defense commitments within the next 5 years. By 2030, Europe must have everything it needs for credible deterrence. This is what we call Readiness 2030. But this requires a new mindset for all of us. We must be ready to leave our comfort zone. We must be ready to explore new ways how to do things, bringing together the tech and the defense, the civilian and the military in Europe and, of course, beyond the European Union. I'm deeply convinced, with the right mindset, we can deter everyone who seeks to do harm to us. For a stronger NATO and a stronger and safer Europe, I thank you for this opportunity to engage with you. Long live Europe, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, President von der Leyen, for emphasizing the substantial role of the EU on security, the substantial support for Ukraine, and the substantial role in scaling up defense production. We will now have a panel on EU-NATO synergies, and it will be moderated by Monica Sidianho, Director of the Klingendahl Institute for International Relations.
Thank you, Koen. And Your Excellencies, thank you so much for your clear and very concrete directions in your speeches, having the leadership of the EU and NATO side by side on this platform is a very clear political signal. So, Madam President, why is it so important that your organizations work together?
So, we've spoken about it many times, looking at this room. Let's take the perspective of a member state or an ally. Every country has one single set of forces. And then it's a political decision to send them into NATO operations or European Union missions, United Nations missions, or the coalitions of the willing. So from this angle on, one single set of forces, it's of utmost importance that we work very, very closely together, that in any kind of theaters, these forces can work together and interoperability is given. Everyone here in the room knows how important interoperability is and that it's not so easy to make it happen with the industrial structure that we had so far. So this is something where we really have to work on. The second reason why it is so important that we work together is that the modern hybrid threats do not differentiate between external and internal security or threats. Yeah. So whether it is cyber attacks or it is the sabotage we see, for example, in our infrastructure, but also the traditional warfare, but also the electronic warfare that we see, we have to work extremely closely together to make sure that we are able to deter these threats and to work against them. So two good reasons why NATO and the European Union should work closely together, not to speak of military mobility. All these topics play a big role. I was just mentioning the omnibus, so the simplification in our rules. For example, permitting rules, you know how important that is and how cumbersome sometimes the permitting process is. Now we change this, we reduce the obligation, the permitting process, we reduce the time for permitting. Sounds very technical, is of crucial importance for you. And this is a European Union responsibility, but of course it helps us, but it also helps you. Absolutely. So we are as one. Yeah.
So we know the why, and you have stressed the importance of NATO-EU cooperation for years. How have the organizations stepped up this cooperation more recently?
Well, of course, for NATO, the EU is our essential partner. There's no doubt. And when I came into this office in October, one of the first things I did was grab the phone and call the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, and we had lunch. And basically we said, we have to make sure that this works. Mm-hmm. Because there are risks. Let's be honest. The EU is an organization based on unanimity in many cases. NATO is completely based on unanimity. So you need the 27 in the EU, the 32 in NATO, to come to agreements. And it is not always easy, and then sometimes that creeps into the relations between the officials of both organizations. We said that will never happen. If there is a problem emerging, then we will grab the phone and we will only hang up when we have solved this, and even a comfort break is not on the cards. So that has not happened so far. And why is this important? For all the reasons Ursula was mentioning here. And let me just add, the European Union has this huge soft power of bringing together countries and industries, helping to build a defense industrial base. NATO, of course, focusing very much on the hard stuff of capabilities and standardization. And this is a total fit. And the good thing is, with you at the helm of the Commission, with Andrus in the Commission, with Kaja Kallas, with Antonia Costa, we have people now in the senior leadership in the EU who all have a background to understand why this is important. Next to me is sitting the former defense minister of Germany. So, I mean, you don't have to explain to her why this is important.
Indeed, I sat for 5 years in NATO sessions.
Exactly,
and almost. The good part is what you just rightly so said. Excellent cooperation starts with the leadership. Mm-hmm. So you know the European Union by heart too.
111 summits, I will say.
Wow. Yeah. That's amazing.
World record.
The fact that you are coming to our college, that you are inviting commissioners to the NAC speaks volumes. And indeed, I want to emphasize here in the room, because I have this NATO experience, it is, of course, guaranteed that with the push in the defense industrial base and the additional funding that we're supplying, I'm fully aware of the fact that we have to look at the identified capability gaps of NATO. And of course, we have to live up to the norms and standards of NATO. It would be completely crazy if we created different worlds. We know already how difficult it is to tackle the fragmentation we have today. So we have to even be better in not having too much divided and fragmented production lines. But because of this knowledge, it is for us essential that we fully align to these NATO standards and norms, for example, or the gap analysis, because this is only how we then create capabilities, military capabilities, that are fit for one single set of forces.
Can I add one thing? What this President of the Commission is doing, one of her first visits was to Turkey. You were able to come to a new deal with the United Kingdom. You were investing in relationships with Norway, of course, with the United States. You and the President of the United States know each other very well. And that all helps, because the EU is 23 of the 32 NATO allies. 29 NATO allies are outside the European Union. But by the fact that this President of the Commission is investing in all those relations, makes it also easier for me internally to get this done. And therefore make use of that combination of power.
That's an important point indeed. Sorry, we take...
Sorry. No, you can... take over. I like the enthusiasm, yeah.
But as Mark said, we have developed this security and defense partnership agreements. For example, with the UK, that was the first one, with Norway, also with Japan and South Korea, and yesterday with Canada. So through UK, Norway and Canada, of course, comes also NATO mindset into the security and defense partnership that we have in the European Union. And you hear from my words how close we are and how much we work and working together to having the defense posture that is necessary, while knowing that we're different entities, but we know where the adversaries are. We know that we face a common threat. And we know that the adversaries do not differentiate between NATO and the European Union. They have their strategic goals, and we have to deter that.
Yeah, the EU adapts to the geopolitical context. And maybe more specific to this Defence Industry Forum, what more could be done to drive innovation and industrial production?
So, innovation, if you look at the situation at the moment being with Russia's war in Ukraine, I must say, like all of you here in the room, I am deeply impressed how Ukraine, while fighting a war for their survival, has developed a defense industry, drones and ballistic missiles from scratch, because there was nothing 3.5 years ago. And this while fighting a war. And of course, they are extremely innovative. And they explain to me, and I think also to all the others of you, they have learned, then Russia has learned. They have learned, Russia has learned. They have learned, Russia has learned. So they are, I think, the most modern, what drones is concerned, worldwide at the moment being. But Russia also has this knowledge. We should not underestimate that. So therefore, first point, our innovation office in Kyiv is there that we learn from Kyiv what it's all about. That's one part. Then in general, we have brilliant startups. We have talented people, fantastic minds here in the European Union with super startups. But then we see that this scaling up is difficult. Here in the European Union, it's mostly access to capital and sometimes cumbersome procedures in the single market that is not single enough, but fragmented. So what we do at the moment being specifically create, we call it the Savings and Investment Union, which is a deep and liquid capital market essential for our startups. And to create for innovative startups a so-called 28th regime, so that they have one single regime, legal regime to look at when they want to grow and scale up in the European Union. And the third point is indeed the partnerships we were just addressing. These partnerships, of course, are also important for the strategic depth we need. So these are topics or these are work strands that you can use to boost innovation.
Thank you for those clear examples. And Mr. Secretary General, what main barriers do you see? And how could the organizations cooperate to optimize
Yeah, what I've learned over the years is NATO and the EU are difficult beasts because you have unanimity, you have many different points of view. So perfection is not to be achieved because for perfection you need too much time and nothing will happen in the meantime. So I think what we are doing now is working together in the spirit of keeping speed, the better not being the enemy of good. And when it comes, for example, to developing this whole issue of the defense industrial base, and within that, the issue of innovation, the fact that we have this experience between U4 and K4 in the Western Balkans. So we know how NATO and the EU can closely work together. The same is now the case in Kyiv. We are really working very closely together, almost as one team, where we have the commands in Wiesbaden, of course, also working for Ukraine. We have our team in Ukraine. We have the EU team in Ukraine. And what we try to do is to make sure that this is all working as one. And having not too many official stuff going on and Mr. So-and-so and excellency this. Keep it practical, keep it going, and know that perfection will never be there. Because you will always have allies in NATO or member states in the EU who will try to slow it down a bit. But then you have to make sure that you work on the 80–90% of the countries who really want to speed up. Yeah. Spend your time there. That's much more efficient than spend all your time on the one or two laggards.
That's the spirit. Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, thank you for your guidance and success in the days to come.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. We go out or...
I have no idea. I have no idea. I think we go out. We now go out. Yeah, we go out? Okay.
Oh, is Zelensky coming?
He's coming. But...
We stay here?
Come on,
please.
We stay here.
Yeah.
We stay here.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. I think this forum and the way you engage with each other indicates how much progress we have achieved in bringing the NATO alliance and Europe together. And I think that's to the benefit, of course, of the alliance. It's to the benefit of Europe, and it also is to the benefit of Ukraine. And I think, Madam President, you rightly talked about the fact that we were all woken up by the innovation that Ukraine has been able to bring to the battlefield, which was quite impressive. Every time we visit Ukraine, we see in 3 months things have changed. And I think it has woken up everybody here that it's important to support Ukraine, but also it's important to continue our own innovation. We have woken up from a deep sleep, and I think this room is part of that new movement to basically bring the innovation to NATO as well and to the EU. So we're very grateful for this display of cooperation. And we are now waiting for our next guest. Excellent. So it will take another minute for our next guest to join us. And of course, this afternoon, we will have several panels where we focus on some of the issues that you have discussed, including on financing, including how to achieve the capability targets. And we will also talk to the military side of NATO and talk about how all of this, all of what is going to happen tomorrow during the summit will help us basically bring closer the capacities and the capabilities we need in order to make sure that NATO is the alliance that is effectively deterring any aggression. So I think we have a program that will really help foster this partnership that we're looking for, the partnership between governments, the partnership between governments and the private sector, and also, of course, between the knowledge institutes that we now fully engage. So thank you very much for, and we will take another minute. And it's the job. It's the job, and it's the mission that we need to do. So, but thank you very much for being here. Give us 30 seconds or so, and we will be back with you, and we will continue our program. Can I please welcome to the stage, it's an honor to announce President Zelensky, and can I ask the Secretary General and the President of the European Commission to come to the stage. Maybe you can stand over here and allow the photographers.
Well, no.
Now it is you in the middle. Yeah. So, and now?
Photo or video?
Photo. But you have a whole speech there.
I think...
the lectern is yours.
So I will go?
You will go. And
Mr. President, can I invite you to address the room?
Yeah.
Thank you.
And we go off again.
Thank you. That's all. Thank you so much for being with us. Please.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thank you for invitation. Thank you again, Mark. Thank you, Ursula, Minister, and all the participants. And thanks to Netherlands for hosting us. Thank you so much. So, dear friends, thank you all of your attention to Ukraine and to our joint defense capabilities. The key word here is, I think, is joint. We all understand that the source of this war and the long-term threat to the European way of life is Russia. But in reality, we are not just facing Russia alone. We are facing a network of state and non-state actors that are serving the cause of aggression. This network includes Russia, North Korea, the current regime in Iran, Chinese companies, and many schemes across the world that help produce weapons and carry out operations against our country, our people, and our Europe. Only together can we counter this. And the best way to do it is to hit the core of this aggression hard and to break every link that connects Russia with its accomplices. That's why our priorities are clear: our joint defense production and real restrictions on cooperation with Russia through sanctions and other restrictive measures. Thank you to everyone who's helping us with this. Now, the key points for today about defense production. First, investment and technology. Our defense production potential has surpassed $35 billion. This includes nearly 1,000 types of products, from artillery and traditional armed vehicles to advanced drones of, by the way, of all types and missiles. But around 40% of this potential lacks proper funding. It's true. That's a problem. For example, we can produce over 8 million drones of different types each year, but the financing allows for far fewer. At the same time, Russia is using not only its oil revenues for defense, but also the resources of regimes like North Korea and Iran, and Russia's corrupt connections in other countries. So our united solidarity is the best answer to Russia's war network. And we are open to various forms of cooperation in the defense sector, including sharing our expertise and achievements with those who help the most. And we must lead in the drone race, both in strike drones and interceptors, and keep moving forward in producing traditional weapons, taking into account all the lessons learned in this long war. Please increase your investments in Ukraine in joint weapons production. And all the weapons we produce become part of a new, stronger European defense and security system. In this context, we welcome the European initiative, Security Action for Europe, which includes plans to provide up to 150 billion euro to develop the defense industry. And we call for this program to also be actively used as an extra source of support for our shared security. And it's important to keep in mind that Ukraine is an equal partner to this
program, meaning that ensuring security is our common cause. Second, long-term resilience of our countries. There are no signs that Putin wants to stop this war. Russia rejects all peace proposals, including those from the United States of America. Putin only thinks about war. That's a fact. Maybe he connects his own political survival with his ability to keep killing. So long as he kills, he lives. And our intelligence confirmed this. Russia is even planning new military operations on NATO territory, meaning your countries, and this war is now on in Ukraine, and it's to get prepared, well, to be ready. No doubt we must stop Putin now and in Ukraine, but we have to understand that his objectives reach beyond Ukraine. European countries need to increase defense spending. We believe that 5% of GDP is the right level. A united Europe can create a defense capability that will destroy Russia's illusion that war with Europe could bring it anything. To kill that illusion faster, we must take away Russia's ability to continue this war against Ukraine with impunity. It's better to hold Russia back where it's already stuck. And I thank every country, and I thank every leader who has already decided to commit part of their national defense spending to supporting Ukraine. If every European country commits at least 0.25% of its GDP for these, and we are thankful to those countries who commit more, like Netherlands, Norway, Sweden, and such big commitment like from Germany. It's something quite reasonable. The chances for peace in Europe will grow. Third, please make sure your countries and your companies are not helping Russia or its bodies in any way. This is crucial, really. And there is no significant Russian weapon today that is produced without components, without equipment or materials from other countries, sadly, including some from Europe and NATO. Yes, of course. And this must stop. Such components can be found in every Russian missile, in most of their drones, and in military vehicles. And it's not just China. Also, Taiwan and some of these parts come from the European countries and from the United States, and every single component or machine tool delivered to Russia's defense sector helps prolong the war and is a crime against peace. Every scheme that helps them build Shahed drones or any other tools of killing is not just aiding a war against us, it's a threat to you and to the way of life that millions in our countries value deeply. Please, let's make sure that our defense potential and the potential of our partners works for our peace, not for Russia's madness. Thank you. Slava Ukraini. Thank you so much.
No, I'm not standing up. Just stand up. Just stay down. down, please.
Did you bring? Yes.
Okay, thanks so much.
So, good afternoon. It's so good to have this opportunity, Volodymyr, to sit down with the EU leadership and NATO to discuss with you. Again, what we are seeing at this moment is that European and Canadian partners, they are now basically ramping up the support for Ukraine. Already over 35 billion euros pledged this year. That's even before we reach half year on the 1st of July, and last year it was for the full year a little bit over 50 billion. So we can safely assume that the total amount for 2025 will be higher than in 2024. And this shows you that the support for Ukraine is ongoing. Tomorrow we will have a summit with NATO leaders, and I can also safely predict that the support for Ukraine going forward, closely linked to the defense spending of NATO countries, will be there, and will also make sure that, of course, we hope the war will end soon. But if it takes more time, that you have to support in terms of military capabilities, but also when the peace comes or a long-term ceasefire, that you are so strong that Vladimir Putin will never ever again try to capture 1 square mile/kilometer of Ukraine. And what we will today is coordinate closely between the EU and NATO to make sure that when it comes to all the practical support, we do the match. So again, thank you for being here, and to the colleagues from the European Commission, European Council, really an honor to host you all here in this building. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Mark. Again, thank you for your invitation, your leadership, and Constant Pullman. Thank you very much, dear Ursula, dear Antonio. So such a great opportunity to be in NATO summit in Netherlands, and for us, what is the most important, that the unity of NATO countries and all Europe and European Union, and you see this unity around Ukraine. I think this is the most important thing. After this is always the way to strengthen Ukraine, to give us strong support, to help our people and families who are abroad to live, and to help to our Ukrainians who are in Ukraine. And big unity. Thanks for air defense, additional military packages, and thank you that you stay with us. Not just stay strong. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mark, for gathering us here today, Ursula and I, with Volodymyr. Russian invasion of Ukraine remains a major threat for global peace in the world, because this invasion is undermining the international rules-based order, because Russia is an intercontinental country threatening Europe, but also the Pacific region, and because Russia is acting in alliance with countries like North Korea or Iran. Secondly, just and lasting peace in Ukraine is urgent. And I'm deeply disappointed that Russia is not engaging with the efforts for President Trump to achieve a just and lasting peace. While President Zelensky have already agreed on unconditional ceasefire, Russia not only doesn't agree, but even are increasing the intensity of their aggression to Ukraine. From our part, we will continue to give full support to Ukraine and to continue to put pressure on Russia through sanctions. And the 18th package of sanctions is underway. Finally, we are looking forward for our common future as Ukraine entire member of the European Union. I'm very happy with the recent assessment of the European Commission about your impressive work to deliver on reforms in such difficult situations, and for sure we are reached the conditions to move forward the ongoing negotiation process to accession to the European Union.
Thank you, Anton.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I can add, my dear friend Volodymyr, you're here among friends. And we stand by Ukraine from the very first day on, and you can count on us also for the future. We have just discussed how important it is for Ukraine to invest in the extraordinary, agile and innovative Ukrainian defense industry. Therefore, we have designed a funding program of 150 billion euros, we call it SAFE, where member states, but also Ukraine and other partners, can take these loans to invest in the Ukraine defense industry, which has shown its ability to innovate, to produce fast and reliably, at scale. We can learn a lot from you, what that is concerned, but in this way we can support you also for the survival of Ukraine. Secondly, of course, there's constant financial support to Ukraine because we know you're fighting a war that is also protecting our values and our principles. And thirdly, indeed, we have to put pressure on President Putin that he comes to the negotiation table and that he's engaging seriously in negotiations for a just and lasting peace. Therefore, the 18th sanctions package is a biting one, is a hard one. I know that our G7 friends will follow suit with their sanctions. So all this shows you are among friends. You can count on us. We stand by your side.
Thank you. Okay.
Good?
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
show should be running. Yep. Celebra. Go. Thanks. Good.
Hello, good afternoon.
Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Welcome. And I've got some of your people here too.
Okay.
Inhouding. Stop.
ook onderzocht. Ja, dat hij het zegt.
Hello, kom maar. Hello, yes. Yes. Ja. Nee, waar zijn we? Hello, Prime Minister. Hi. Welcome. Sorry to make you wait.
It's all right. See you.
We did our best. I hope you had a nice time. And I got the information from Sigrid or Snyder.
Yeah,
Snyder is a good friend of mine. We studied together. And,
that's great.
So I have a very warm heart for Iceland. We joined the two services together.
Okay.
And I was in Nigeria and she was number 2 in Moscow immediately. You went much faster.
You're going to do this a lot with a lot of people.
I do this with a lot of people.
Very
But
well. Every time very well.
Some people are more fun than others.
I'm very important.
You go to the right again. Okay.
Enough fresh air at home.
questions of the G7.
There is Prime Minister cannot come
We'll discuss
this time.
Yeah. Shall I? So, good afternoon.
Yes.
A warm welcome, really, again.
Yeah.
Really very special. Of course, we have met really now many times, but I particularly recall my visit to Japan in April, early April, which was very successful, meeting with you, with the Prime Minister, the Defense Minister, the Minister of Economic Affairs, also to meet the impressive defense industrial base in Japan and other meetings. So that was a very successful meeting. And I had the honor to again meet with the Prime Minister last week in Calgary during the G7. And let me just say that this cooperation, this relationship, of course, with all our Indo-Pacific partners, and absolutely with Japan, when it comes to one Ukraine, you are one of the biggest contributors to the Ukraine Comprehensive Assistance Package. I really want to thank you for that. Anyway, what you're doing more generally on Ukraine is impressive, and the support. Our Defense Industrial Cooperation, everything you're doing on innovation, the fact that we, as NATO and Japan, really work more closely together, I think, than ever. And this is now the fourth summit in which Japan, at a very senior level, is participating, the fourth NATO summit. So for all these reasons, I really want to welcome you and look forward to our discussions. We also have a meeting tomorrow together with the Republic of Korea, New Zealand and Australia and Japan. So this will really be very fruitful. And of course, our meeting tonight. So again, thank you so much for being here, and I look forward to our discussions.
Yeah, thank you. Eh, 本年4月のルッテ事務総長訪日の際の議論は大変有意義でありました。急遽今回石破総理がNATO 首脳会合へ欠席となりまして、それは大変残念に思っておりますけれども、事務総長の出身地でこうやって再会できて大変嬉しく思います。
I understand that during your visit to Japan this April, you and the Prime Minister Ishiba had a very meaningful discussion. While it was unfortunate that Prime Minister Ishiba was unable to attend the NATO summit due to an unexpected change this time, I'm very pleased to see you again here in your hometown.
Yeah, your hometown.
It is.
欧州、大西洋とインド太平洋の安全保障は密接不可分でございます。日本と NATO との協力は両地域の安全保障にとって極めて有益でございます。我が国を4年連続でNATO 首脳会合にご招待いただいたことに感謝申し上げたいと思います。ルッテ事務総長のリーダーシップによる NATO のインド太平洋への関与の拡大を心から歓迎したいと思います。
The security of the Euro-Atlantic and the Indo-Pacific regions is inseparable and it's intertwined. And cooperation between Japan and NATO contributes significantly to the stability of both. And I thank you that Japan has been invited to the NATO summit for 4 consecutive years so far. And we welcome NATO's expanded engagement with the Indo-Pacific under your strong leadership.
防衛産業をはじめさまざまな分野で日本と NATO の協力をさらなる高みに押し上げるべくルッテ事務総長としっかり連携していきたいと思います。ありがとうございます。
I am very much looking forward to continuing our cooperation with you to elevate the Japan-NATO partnership to new heights, including in areas such as defense industry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Really.
Thank you.
I will take you to my room. So much to be. No, really. Highly appreciate it. It's the fourth time.